hopefully some good fights for you. Sorry we got started a little late. We're trying out some new stuff technology-wise, hopefully make it better for when we rewatch it. And for people that couldn't make it in person. This right here will be a stream of the cage. Unfortunately, it's fairly delayed, so you kind of get instant replay. You'll hear it here, and if you can see it, great. And if you can't, you'll see it like maybe a minute later over there.
Hopefully less.
Your phone might honestly have a better response time than that TV does, but we'll give it our best shot. Hopefully we can learn from this, and next time it'll be even faster. First up, well, I'll let the announcers do the announcing for the matches, but we have Luke Ragland and Alex Pauly doing our announcing, so huge shout out to them for doing it. And yeah, let's get started.
Woo! How's it going, guys? Welcome to BatLA 25. This is the third annual competition for us. And our first matchup today will be Ty Matthews' team Tailspin versus Air Jail with Zane Zollers. So they're going to get loaded up, refs are going to get them checked out, and we'll get going here just in a second.
And my name is, oh, hello, there it is. My name is Alex Pauly. I am in no way affiliated with Kansas State University. I'm here helping out with some good buddies of mine. I'm very excited. I would like, real quick, for you all to take the time, give it up for these guys, Ty, Luke, everybody else involved. Just a round of applause. There's a lot of work that has been going in behind the scenes, and they are doing a great job. So once again, apologies for some of the technical difficulties. We will do our best to bring you this action today as well as we can.
Thanks, Alex.
So tailspin there on the bottom right of your screen.
Good.
Air Jill, the smaller unit, up towards the top on the left.
All right, robots fight in 3, 2, 1, fight.
And we are off round one. Both units getting a few good hits in, sizing each other up. Bots, thank you, bots.
You're good. I get it. And that left side drive on Air Jail seems to be disabled at the moment. You can see them wiggling just a little bit. We'll see if Tailspin can capitalize. Oh! And there goes the weapon from Tailspin. That entire weapon has come free of the weapon stack and the bearing.
Tailspin then flipped up into the air.
We're good. Tailspin currently trying to get his bearings as it's upside down, while Air Jail tries to capitalize with only one drive side. Oh, and a flip from Air Jail. That lifter on Air Jail is powered by the same motors that it's being driven by, so it is way more torque. That's why you see Tailspin flying up in the air like that.
The bots getting tangled in the corner.
Oh, huge flip from Air Jail, and looks like Tailspin is wedged up against the skirt on the side of the cage. All right, we are calling that fight, and we're waiting for the judges. All right, tap out from Tailspin. That makes Air Jail winner of match number 1. Can we get a round of applause for Air Jail? You don't often see an entire weapon come free of a bot, so that's a fun treat for round one. And some excellent driving from both teams to keep that match rolling after some initial difficulties. And we have a post-match interview with none other than Zane Zollers, the designer of Air Jail. Zane, what contributed to your success during the match?
Well, we just keep flipping them, keep them on their toes. We lost drive, half of our drive there, so spinning in circles and then stopping just kind of lurches us forward. But their weapon also exploding kind of helped, limited our damage in that match. So, overall, pretty excited.
Was that more or less power than what we were expecting out of those lifters?
I mean, I knew what to expect, but when I was designing it, I didn't really know how much power would come out of it. So I was pretty pleased when, it flipped with that much energy.
Well, that was an excellent round one. Great driving, and congratulations. So we're hoping to see you next round of winners. And our next scheduled match is Wabash versus Disco. Those two teams are prepping and should be up here pretty soon. ladies and gentlemen, for our next match, we said that it is between Wabash and Disco. The fun part is Disco is our 10th bot, and if you notice, Disco is a kind of a very small bot, and that's because it's a $20 RC car. We had our 10th bot drop out and wasn't able to make it to this match, so we came up with a replacement to fit in the bracket. What that does mean is we do not have a driver for Disco, so we would like to select someone from the audience if you would like to come down and compete and drive one of the robots against a control bot. Can I get a show of hands for who would like to come drive one of the robots?
Does anyone want to come pilot a robot?
Would anyone like to drive one of the robots against, it's low risk, it's going up against a control bot, so it's not super hard, it's a lot of fun, I promise. Does anyone want to drive? You want to drive? All right, come on over here. What's your name? Kale? Well, you are the new driver of Disco for this round. The remote is sitting right inside the cage for you. Can we get a round of applause for Kale, please? All right, Kale. Take it, audio.
Yep.
All right, Kale. You have 3 minutes to prove yourself as a driver. This is your moment. Okay, we're going to give Kale a moment to get familiar with the controls, just so it's not totally lopsided. As you may have noticed, it goes forward, it goes backwards, and it can turn. That's all the things you need.
He flipped over. Here, Luke.
Kale, can I get a thumbs up or thumbs down on how we're feeling about this right now? No, he's locked in. No, I totally get it.
Well, he's ready.
Oh, we got a thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
All right, I'll leave it to the referees.
Fight start in 3, 2, 1, go.
And the match begins.
Oh.
It would appear Disco is immobile. Disco made it roughly 4 seconds into the match and is now immobile. We're not totally sure why. It's not showing motion, so the referees are uncertain how to count it out.
Oh no.
And a tap out from Disco. We'll try to get that sorted out, but round one's going to go to round one's going to go to Wabash. Can we get a round of applause? It just died instantly. I don't know. Yeah. We may have to give that round a rematch just so Kale doesn't get it. An incredibly unfortunate turn of events for Team Disco. And an incredibly fortunate turn of events for Wabash. That was maybe the easiest match of all time.
Have we replaced the batteries on this recently?
Ty just ran to go grab something.
Yeah, the batteries on that one's fine. That's its like pairing. You should turn that off while we're not running it though. All right, we're gonna go for a quick rematch now that Disco has a new set of batteries. Hopefully this one's a little bit longer and
More of a
fuller set
contest.
and a bit better of a contest.
There we go. Movement from Kale.
And Disco is looking very alive. We love to see that. All right, our driver's ready. Kale, can I get a thumbs up? All right, Kale's ready. Jack, can I get a thumbs up? All right, driver's ready. I'll leave it to the referees.
Robots fight. 3, 2, 1. Fire robot fight.
Ooh, ooh.
It would appear Disco is going for evasive action. One of the main benefits of using an RC car like this is those wheels are so big that it is nearly impossible to pin it up against the wall somewhere because it'll just start driving off the wall. So this is a tall task for Wabash today to try to get it pinned, try to get some control, and try to get some points for the judges.
Wabash, of course, the flatter bot trying to get underneath the RC car Disco and flip it over, but again, those wheels giving it so much control. Here's a pin on the edge, though. But Kale, with some masterful driving, able to escape.
We might need to sign Kale at the end of this.
Oh.
And that lifter from Wabash is actually hinged at the very front. So the goal is to pin the opponent up against the wall just like so.
Oh.
Very, very grateful for the demonstration right when I started talking about it. That's a perfect pin. So as you saw, the robots are allowed to pin for 10 seconds. At the end of that 10 seconds, they have to release. If they do not, they start to lose control points. So the goal of a bot like Wabash is to get as many pins as possible, show as much control as possible, so that when it goes to the judge's decision, it leans heavily in their favor. Matches are scored based on 3 criteria. There's damage, there's aggression, and there's control. So a bot like Wabash, probably not going to do a ton of damage, but you can win those aggression and control categories. So that's what Wabash is going for here.
Kale doing a nice job avoiding.
Oh, and Disco was able to escape. Maybe Kale should be considering a career as a getaway driver. And that is the match. That is the end of the 3-minute match. It will now go to the judges who will score based on the aforementioned categories. So now the judges will score based on control, aggression, and damage. I think we can have a preliminary guess here, but we will wait for that judge's decision now.
Now, if I'm Kale with Disco, I'm talking to the league commissioner after this one, seeing if I can get the salary cap rules adjusted or something. I mean, we need a blade on the front of that. He needs a flipper. Kale did his absolute best with Disco, but I believe that one's going to come up all Wabash.
Now we get to interview, probably. You want to do an interview?
Sure. What's his name? Well, do one more because this fight wasn't real. I'll do the next real fight because I'm not gonna know what to ask him. We're still in like prep phase. Whiteout.
Whiteout
and forklift.
Can we get whiteout and forklift certified up to the match?
So as we await our next match, our next battle coming up here between Whiteout, created by team lead Shane McIntosh, team members Joseph and Josh with him as well. And that bot Whiteout's going to be facing Forklift Recertified. The team lead, sitting directly to my right, is Luke Ragland. Driving this bot is his teammate Sebastian Sanchez. So Forklift Recertified versus Whiteout. Luke, real quick, tell me about the process of creating one of these bots. I know you start back in August or September-ish. How do you get it from there to now?
Yeah, so these bots are kind of an extensive process. You start with just kind of random idea. You kind of pick the type of bot that you want to start with, and then from there you start fleshing out details, what's going to go in it, what kind of electronics are we making, what's going to be made out of, and then over the course of a few months you start what we call CAD, computer-aided design if you're not familiar. We can drop the bot on a computer, and then a lot of these parts are pre-printed, so then we go into our manufacturing phase. We get the steel we need, we get the 3D prints we need, we get our motors all put together, the electronics soldered up, and we start testing. And inevitably, it doesn't work the first time, but after enough testing, hopefully we can get it going. And you end up with a robot who can hopefully be competitive, and hopefully that's what we're about to see.
So both bots in the cage now. Forklift Recertified, that yellow striped flat bot. Whiteout, the smaller circle. We are ready. 3, 2, 1. We are off. The Whiteout, the white circle, and Melvin play with a huge flip immediately.
And that just immediately removed the front plate from Forklift Certified. Whiteout fully back up to speed. Forklift Certified is going to have to be very careful in how it engages now. Forklift Certified getting up close. Whiteout is spinning down. Forklift Certified gets a pin and a pickup. Hopefully we can show some control here. I'm not at all biased. It would appear Whiteout might be stuck on the remnants of the front plate from Forklift Certified, so we'll see if that can be solved. Still seeing some motion from Whiteout, but Forklift Certified seems to have slowed down.
Calling it unstick.
And an unstick has been called for Whiteout. So each team per match gets one unstick, and that's where one of our judges goes in with aptly named a stick to remove the bot from hopefully arena debris so that it can start moving again. So that's what our very cool referee Will Kelly is doing right now. Hopefully we just remove that off the debris. Hopefully Whiteout can get moving again. And this match will resume on the referee's count.
Philadelphia Eagles are going to hate to see a guy like Will. All right, resuming. 3, 2, 1. We are back underway. Whiteout still motionless. It's Forklift Recertified. Has all the time here to do what it wants.
We're now hearing a count out from the judges. 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's going to be a knockout win for Forklift Certified. Can we get a round of applause?
Is it a 4,500 RPM spinner or what?
That's how fast it spins.
Okay. Whiteout came out to a flying start. You could hear it from probably outside the building. That 12-inch diameter weapon spins at 4,500 RPM. And again, things started out with a bang as Forklift Recertified was flown into the wall of the cage, lost that front plate, but difficulties for Whiteout. after that electric start and just couldn't get back up and going. So forklift recertified, Luke Ragland and Sebastian Sanchez. Fun fact about the team is that every member of the team is forklift certified. And this is the 4th iteration of this bot competing here at Battle at the Little Apple 2025. What? Yeah, it's fine.
Do you remember who won the first one? Spin or air gel? Have you been paying attention? Who won it first?
First one was air gel.
It's air gel one. Okay, sweet. Thank you. Because this is now playing the winner of one.
Gotcha.
So Sebastian and Luke now eyeing the damage done to forklift recertified, the winner of this round. And we'll have an interview here in a moment with the two of them.
Hey, see that.
All right, Sebastian, I want to hear your thoughts on that match. Talk to me first specifically about that, the initial combat. I mean, that first scene that we saw, what was going through your mind?
To be honest, I didn't even think it'd be that powerful. That man spun up quick, and he took my plate clean off. So that was kind of unexpected, but.
Were you worried about the rest of the fight after seeing the plate off, or how did you assess the situation moving forward? How did you stay in control?
A little bit, but then I noticed that my forks actually went under his weapon, so I could have still been able to get some good control points.
Well, nicely done. It was a good fight. We'll be excited to see you fight again here in a later round.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, Sebastian.
All right, once again, that was Whiteout and Forklift recertified. Coming up next will be Gyro, facing off against the winner of round 1, which was Air Jail. So Gyro, created by team lead Kyle Mayfield, a vertical spinner bot. And of course, Air Jail, as we saw earlier, a high-flying device, a catapult, if you will. It's that wedge underneath the bots that it's facing and just tries to fling them up in the air.
And it would appear both teams are ready to roll. So we'll get these bots loaded up, get the match started in just 1 minute.
We're skipping match 5. We're what?
We're skipping match. And a pretty quick turnaround on that repair time from Air Jail. It took a little bit of damage in that first match with Tailspin, but it is incredibly well designed to be able to be repaired quickly. It's an extremely modular design, and he has plenty of spare modules that can be quickly swapped in and out. It's pretty ingenious design, to be honest, and it's allowed him to get a really quick turnaround for the next match. And match begins. Airjail straight out of the gate with a huge flip across the arena. That might have been what we call a roof shot, where the opposing butt actually hits the roof of the cage and bounces down. Airjail looking to line up for another one. That vertical spinner to the front of gyro is moving, but I'm not sure how quickly. So it's having a hard time getting a good bite on Airjail to do some damage. Another good flip from Airjail. And gyro seems to be pinned up against the side of the wall. This might be an unstick. Indeed, an unstick has been called by gyro, so that's their one for the match. If they are once again stuck on the side of the arena after this unstick, the match will be over and they will lose by knockout. So gyro now has to be extremely careful to stay mobile, stay on its wheels, and keep moving.
On Airjail in both matches that we've seen now from the bot, just so aggressive out of the gate. Does a nice job getting the flip underneath the bots that it's facing, and we are now back underway. Another quick flip from Airjail. Gyro, those vertical spinners on the front, trying to do some damage and get in close to Airjail, but just so scary when he's underneath it like this.
And Airjail choosing to show some control points here with a pin instead of a flip. And a flip at the end nonetheless, but that was great control points from Airjail. Looks like Gyro's starting to be able to do some damage. Got a good clip on the front of those forks. And another pin from Airjail. Gyro's looking to maintain some space so it has time to build up some speed on that vertical spinner, but Airjail is just staying on him, not giving it any time. And it is just pin, flip from Airjail.
Lily Graph is the winner.
Well, 1 minute to go. Lily Graff, the driver of Airjail, doing a phenomenal job so far, staying aggressive, not allowing Gyro to get any angles on the bot. We saw a little bit of damage from those vertical spinners a moment ago, but once again, Lily Graff with Airjail able to pin that bot up against the wall on another flip, mixing and matching those control points as well as those aggression and damage points.
And one thing worth noting, every time Gyro gets flipped over, even though the wheels are still contact on the ground, his controls get inverted. So he's constantly being disoriented every time he gets flipped over and having to reverse his perspective. And the judges are starting the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the end of the match. Can we get a round of applause for Airjail and Gyro? What a match. An incredible show of control from Airjail. Definitely a couple damage points from Gyro. Definitely got a couple good hits in. But we'll be interested to see that judges score here in just a moment.
And living up to its name, keeping these opponent bots in air prison. I mean, just flinging them up time and time again. Gyro had no chance there to get reoriented, to find a lane and an ability to attack Airjail. Just keeping it off the ground. Contrary to popular belief, those wheels don't move very well in the air.
All right, and the judges' decision is in. Airjail is the winner of this match. Give a round of applause. So incredible work from Lily. And I have Lily with me. Lily, that was the first time I've seen her play. I thought that was pretty cool. Have you been practicing?
A little bit, but I've never done it with a robot.
So this was your first match here, driving.
Wow.
That was wildly great. So
Wow.
I think we're all super excited to see the next match. How are you feeling about upcoming matches?
I'm feeling pretty good now.
I can imagine why. Well, that was awesome. Thank you for that. So yeah, good luck with the next match. All right, so our next match is going to be two new bots. We haven't seen these yet. We have Prometheus and we have Binary. Binary needs a moment to get finalized, but Prometheus looks like it's about ready. In the meantime, we're gonna have another round coming up here pretty soon with Disco as the little $20 RC buy, and we're gonna need a new driver. Would anyone like to volunteer first as a driver, and second to come down here and practice so you get a little bit of a sense of what's going on? I see some potential candidates. Don't be afraid. It's a lot of fun. All right, we got one coming on down. All right, and coming in now is our President Ty Matthews with the hose for an industrial air scrubber. Now, the reason we have one of these is fun little fact about Prometheus, one of the next spots competing. It is a flamethrower on wheels. So, as a result of that, we had to speak to the fire marshal several times, and we ended on the compromise that we will get an industrial air scrubber and hook it up to our cage so that in the event of what we call lipo fires, which is one of our batteries setting on fire and letting out some fumes, we have a way to vent those fumes safely through a scrubber, send them outside. And this scrubber puts out way more air than it looks like. It can clear all of the air out of that cage in 3 seconds. It cycles the air in 3 seconds. So if there's any situation where we have battery fire, we have contingency, it's perfectly safe. And that's one of the ways we can have Prometheus and bots like Prometheus kind of push the boundaries of combat robotics and go for these crazy, crazy designs while still maintaining a safe environment.
Nate, that's his name, right?
I'm gonna say make sure to locate your.
For those of you close enough to the cage, it just got noticeably colder. And that is because we just had to open the big garage door so we could run the hose outside. Hopefully that'll get a little bit warmer here in a moment as we close it down on that hose. So, quick little update for everybody. We just had a plug come out of the wall, which was not ideal, but we were working on getting everything pulled back up. The stream went down temporarily. We're going to have to get that air scrubber set up here in a moment, and hopefully we'll get back going. So, I'll send you guys over to the webcam, which will take a second to get set up, but hopefully we'll be back camera inside the cage here in just a moment. All right, once again, I apologize for those technical difficulties. We got the cage cam back up. A little bit of mayhem that a power outage there is still being recovered at the moment, so we'll wait for everyone to get set back up, and we'll be back with you shortly. As we were waiting for some of our systems to get pulled up, we're going to do a quick demo of one of our other weight class of robots. So you've seen these 3-pounders competing. It's time for a bit of an upgrade. So this is one of our 15-pound robots. Its name is Takeoff. We've been running this bot for a little bit now, and it has won a lot of matches. And you'll see why here in a moment. Fair warning, it's quite loud, so if you hear some really loud humming, don't worry. This cage is bulletproof and can absolutely handle it. But it's a bit more powerful than some of the 3-pounders, so it's a lot of fun to watch.
Yep.
Is someone bringing me something? Stop. Is someone bringing me something?
I have some welded frames we can throw in there.
I have some welded frames we can throw in there.
You know, to break the polycarbonate plates.
Yeah.
If you break one of those polycarbonate plates, that's the worst case. That's the absolute
Yeah.
worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Because that is, we can't do anything.
Yeah.
Run. Run.
All right, time to see what this 15-pound beast can do.
Now, a quick round of applause for that absolute destruction. A little bit of context, those two pieces that he was hitting both weigh over 3 pounds. So with these smaller robots, these are all 3 pounds. So you can imagine what a robot like that would do to some of our 3-pounders that are competing. It kind of just turns into shrapnel. So we can thank Takeoff. We have to clean the cage real quick because there's a lot of little pieces of nylon scattered everywhere. All right, a big thank you to Ty and Alex for helping us get that cage cleaned out for the next match. And now coming up, we have Binary versus Prometheus. So there's that mad scientist I was telling you about. That is Nick Hare in the orange jacket versus Diego Edwards and Drew Wachnick with Binary in that right corner.
To once again reiterate, all sorts of safety measures put in place. Look at that, shredded. Everyone here, completely fine. We've got it all taken care of, but now wouldn't be too bad of a time to note your emergency exits. Please keep all hands and feet inside of the ride. Make sure to help any children that you have
First, if those masks do pop down, please keep that tray table up, and we'll have a nice time here watching Prometheus and some fire. Going up against Binary.
So, quick little fun fact about Binary, it does not have wheels. So, if you're thinking, how does it get around? It actually utilizes what we call a non-traditional locomotion bonus, which means it gets an extra 1.5 pounds of weight above our weight class. So that takes it to 4.5 pounds total for not using wheels. So instead it uses what we call shuffler pods. So it's a set of 4 legs, essentially, that rotate on cams that force it to walk instead of rolling. It's a very, very complicated mechanism, but if you can implement it well, it's an extra 1.5 pounds of weight. All right, match begin. Once the and we begin. We'll see if we can get anything out of Prometheus here. Binary is getting moving, getting close. For those of you who can't hear, there is a small taser module on the front of Prometheus that is used to light that butane can that's right inside there. We'll see if they can get a hit going. And a hit from Binary right off the bat sticks Prometheus up against the wall. We'll see if they can sort that out. And you can see that hammer saw on Binary. It is able to move an arm into the opponent.
Both bots are starting. Oh.
It would appear both bots. Oh, that's release, and an unstick for Prometheus has been called. So we're going to pause the match, get Prometheus off the wall, and hopefully get it going. And it is worth note. And the match is back live. We'll see if we can get any fire out of Prometheus. Once that flame is going, it's quite big and quite dangerous. And there we go, we got something. It's not the most controlled flame in the world, but it's something. So we'll see what it can do to Binary. It's trailing flame behind it at the moment. Oh my lord. And a tap out from Binary to avoid being torched. That makes Prometheus the winner of this match if it can extinguish its flame. It appears its method for turning its flame off is run into the wall until it stops going. So with that tap out, Prometheus is actually the winner of this round. Could we get a round of applause for Prometheus with a really better late than never strategy? And as with all flamethrower bots, better late than never is kind of the name of the game. If you can get the fire going eventually, apparently you get an instant tap out. So what a match. So, with that match, Prometheus spent the first minute and 45 seconds with no flame, and then the moment it got its flame on, it did a tap out. So we're going to get a quick interview with the driver of Prometheus, Nick.
What's up?
Quick post-match interview.
Okay.
Come over here.
Pop the squad.
So yeah, this is Nick Hare. He's the designer and driver of Prometheus. What went right and what went wrong in that match?
So what went wrong is we had designed it to have a nozzle. The nozzle is not flush with the front, so it was not working very well, so we took it out. That's why we were having troubles igniting. So I had to go back to an old method of just kind of like throttling it slowly so it just barely sprays out, and then hoping I get the fumes off that. But I think we're going to have to reposition the taser module so it's a little lower. Hit some of that nice fumage and go from there.
Well, better late than never. That was a great match. Well done. Thanks, Nick. Can we get a round of applause for Prometheus?
I do think that Prometheus is winning so far today on cool points, on the cool factor alone. That flame was pretty neat.
Yeah, there was definitely that moment of hesitation where it's like, that's a block of 3D print just driving around, and we'll see how this goes. But once it's going, it's dangerous. That is genuinely the largest flame that I've seen from a 3-pound bot. We've seen flamethrowers here in the past, especially from Nick. He's pretty good at them now. But that butane can inside of that bot is gigantic, and you get a ton of pressure out of that. And that's why you see such a huge flame.
Yeah, definitely an exciting moment there, especially when you get a referee running around the outside of the cage. Always gets the heart rate up, but the flame was put out pretty quick. Of course, we could smell that a long time before we actually saw it. It was well on the way, but cool display there between Prometheus getting the win over Binary.
Yeah, that's one of the downsides of that minute 45 with no flame. It's just a little bit of butane leaking out over the course of that match. But thankfully, our air scrubber design gets that air out for everybody.
So sorry.
And our next match is going to be, what do we got, Alex?
Do believe it is Apache versus Wabash. We will get official confirmation here in a moment.
All right.
But I believe we will see Wabash for a second time. Of course, getting that first victory over Disco.
Disco put up a great fight.
A tough battle.
Put up
yeah.
a great fight. I mean, Kale did an incredible job driving. I don't know where he got out to, but did a wonderful job. Hopefully our next driver, EJ, can do just as good of a job once that match is coming up. And in comes Apache, and in comes Wabash. Looks like our two teams are getting ready, so we'll send it right back over to the cage cam. So we mentioned earlier that Binary used shuffler pods. So does Apache. So Apache is what we call a ring spinner. So the entire outside of the bot has a piece of steel that rotates as quickly as possible with a little tooth on there that's meant to do damage. But in order to translate and move around the arena, it has those same shuffle pods. And that's what allows it to have that extra weight bonus. It's got an extra 1.5 pounds. So that outer ring is an entire 2 pounds, which is 2/3 the weight of one of these other bots, especially Wabash, which is a little bit underweight. So kind of a huge weight differential in these matches, and that can make a huge difference.
Wabash, of course, again, a control bot. We'll be trying to use that front hinge flipper, trap Apache in the corner or on a wall here and gain those control points. And Apache, the ring spinner, just gonna do whatever it can, spinning around, causing some havoc against this silver and pink bot, Wabash. Or is that purple? It's purple. Magenta.
And it looks like a little bit of maintenance having happened on Apache here. Now would be a good time to mention that team's fun fact that they offer, which is we kind of waited till the last month, frowny face, we got minimal sleep, which does seem to be the case for most of these bots, so they're not alone in that.
Joshua Mitchell of Wabash is from Granby, Colorado. That's their
That's their fun fact, yeah. And it looks like a quick round of maintenance might need to happen on Apache, so our team's getting that sorted out real quick. Hopefully they get that working here pretty soon. If not, we'll move on to the next match that we can run and or do a quick little disco demo. So stay tuned. All right, we're going to hold off on that Apache match as they're passing safety and move on to one of our later matches. This is Binary versus Tailspin. This is one of the first losers round matches, or consolation round, excuse me. So since this is a double elimination tournament, everyone gets 2 chances before they're out of the tournament, so you have to lose twice. This is the second match for both of these robots. Both of them have lost. So if either of these robots loses, they are out of the tournament. So this is high stakes for them. This is how they move on in the tournament.
I'm gonna update the board again, potentially. It's just like, I think.
And match begins. Tailspin off to a hot start. Both bots are spun up. Good hits from the beginning. Binary seems to be having some trouble with mobility. Tailspin gets some free shots on the side. Oh, and a big hit. Both bots seem to be functional. That front plate on Binary seems to be coming loose, and it has been released. And that is a tap out from Binary. Tailspin is the winner. Can we get a round of applause for that one? And a very well-driven match from Tailspin there. And some serious damage to Binary. That's going to be tough to replace, but as of right now, Binary has been eliminated from the double elimination tournament. They still have a chance to come back and compete in grudge matches, which will occur later in the rounds. But Tailspin moves on and stays alive in the tournament. All right, quick little post-match interview with the winner of this one, Ty Matthews and Tailspin. That was pretty one-sided. What went well there?
So the shaft stayed in, the screws were long enough, so my weapon stayed on, which ended pretty well. He did have a pretty good hit on the top frame. This is the only one I have, so hopefully I can bend it back and make it work for the next couple rounds. But he's the only one that's hit me from above, so it should be okay.
Yeah, good turn showed up, audience. The top of this bot is kind of a skeletonized piece of aluminum. And that hammer saw on the top of Binary got a great bite in part of that aluminum and severed. So he's going to have to get that repaired for the next match. But it looks like it held up beautifully. Are you worried about any repairs coming up, other than that top plate?
I'm just going to charge my batteries and call it good.
Sounds good. Well, we're excited to see this next round. Next tie. So unfortunately, they were unable to get Apache repaired. So Apache is going to have to forfeit this match, which is its first loss. It will drop to the consolation bracket. But we will be moving on shortly to none other than Whiteout versus Disco. So we have a very exciting young driver who's getting ready to face a real battle by his first match. So once Whiteout is prepped and heading over here, we'll get that match set up. So we'll be back with you shortly.
Oh, right, because Whiteout. Yeah.
So while we're waiting for setup for the next match, we're gonna do another demo. You guys saw Takeoff here just a minute ago, that 15-pound horizontal spinner. This is one of our other 15 pounds. This is a vertical spinner designed and built by Alex Howard and Bill Kelly, our former president and vice president respectively, who are also here as our referees and judges, which has been a huge help, so thank you to them. Alex is gonna get the chance to demo his own bot that we ran at competition for years. So we get to see a pretty powerful bot that did quite well for itself. So we'll do that in just a second. That bearing stacked up is shifting back and forth. That's what's causing that sound.
Someone pick that thing up out of the corner. Reach in there.
Yeah, so quite a bit of power there. Alex, you done? I would say that's good enough. Thanks, Alex. Can we get a round of applause for Alex and Howard Hitton Mark II? That robot ended its career as the regional champion at our regional competition over in Kansas City. Destroyed a number of bots, including one of our own. So congratulations, Alex. Great way to end a robotics career here at K-State. And that bot is just as powerful as ever before.
Bit of infighting.
our judges make our way back, this is going to be a pretty special match. This is Whiteout versus none other than Disco. So EJ, your time is here, man. He got his practice running, and now it's time for the real thing.
So, oh, did it? Oh, funny. I guess we can turn that off and on in between. Would that help?
Alright, it is EJ's time to shine against Whiteout. Worth noting, this is once again a consolation ladder match. So the loser of this match will be eliminated. We will see what EJ can do against all odds against a gigantic Whiteout. And we'll see what Whiteout can get out of this match.
I'm gonna cut back to Thank you. Oh.
2, 1, match fight. EJ seems to be biding his time. Whiteout spinning down. Seems to be having a little bit of trouble with this time. Both robots taking their time to engage. EJ seems to be tentatively pushing in, while Whiteout is spinning up faster and faster as it gets louder and louder. I'll tell you one thing, neither body's getting aggressive points right now. And a critical hit from Whiteout. EJ and Disco survived with only a little bit of tread coming off that wheel. Still perfectly functional while Whiteout kind of just hovers in place. And Disco is still fully functional against all odds. This robot will not go down. EJ and Disco earning some aggression points here by initiating contact. Damage might be going to Whiteout, but since it's not moving, Disco is doing quite well for himself on the judges' categories. Whiteout seems to be spinning down inexplicably. Can Disco capitalize with some broken tread off those wheels? It's starting to cause some problems.
Well, not a lot of control or damage from either side. Disco could have an underdog victory here with the aggression points.
4, 3, 2, 1. That is a knockout.
Wow.
That makes Disco your winner against Whiteout. Wow, it's some incredible work from EJ. Wow, against all odds. The little bot that could, EJ the driver, defeats Whiteout in the constellation bracket and moves on, stays alive in the tournament. So we get to see another round of Disco.
It'll play gyro. Disco will.
Its next match will be up against Gyro, that vertical spinner we saw earlier. We'll see if we can keep the streak alive.
Okay, do we want to try with some soft music?
Yeah.
What's even like, what's the vibe?
Alright, I'm here with the driver of Disco, the victorious by EJ. EJ, how was that like? Was that fun?
I was gonna say, in general,
Yeah, I don't know.
in general, just like 2010's pop is always,
Yeah, yeah.
it's always a safe bet.
I'm trying to turn off. How do you turn off explicit?
It's the
Isn't that a
settings.
thing?
You think
Yeah.
you should be the next driver of Disco?
Playback?
Content.
You think that too?
Display.
You think so?
Oh,
Alright, well, I think we
Just in
found
case.
the next driver
I
of
hate
Disco
that
the next
sometimes.
round to stay alive. What's your name? Alright, Isaiah's going to be the driver of Disco in this next round. Can we give it up for EJ? What a result here.
Some cold play?
Best $20.
That was, yeah, nice work.
This all the way
How
up?
is that thing alive? Hey, you
You might need to swap the
Make sure my
batteries.
notifications are off.
Just to be safe.
Okay, start it as low as you can.
Next match on the bracket is Apache Tailspin. We're waiting to see if Apache is functional. It did have to forfeit that round one because it was non-functional and couldn't make it to the match. So we will go see if it is ready to roll. If not, the next match would be Gyro versus Disco. So we may get Isaiah here pretty soon if Gyro is ready to roll. So we'll be back with you in just a moment. sorry about that delay. Our next match coming up is going to be Apache versus Tailspin. If you recall, Apache had to forfeit its first match because it was not able to get running in time. But I've been told they have it up and running. They run a test. It's working. Tailspin had a rough one, round one, but they're going to grab the remote right now. And as soon as they get going, this should be a pretty good match. These are two horizontal plane spinners. Apache is that full-size ring spinner, and Tailspin is an undercutter. So it's a very small blade, but it's spinning right at floor level. And it's great for taking out wheels, taking out walkers, anything like that. It does a ton of damage, really hard to defend against. So we'll see what it can do against Apache here that has those walker modules. So if Tailspin can get to those walkers, it can do a ton of damage, but it has to get there first.
Does it spin? As long as it spins, it doesn't spin. Is this your CPU? I'm sorry.
Yes. All right, both bots ready. Robots fight. In 3, 2, 1, match fight. Tailspin off to a hot start, full speed. It's zipping around the arena there. Apache seems to have trouble getting that ring spinner up to speed, but even stationary, it's good defense. Tailspin aiming for those walker modules, trying to take out those feet before Apache can get moving or get spun up. Still seeing motion out of Apache, so it's not dead. It is just damage. That two-pound steel ring on the outside of Apache makes it real close to get, or real difficult to get close, as it blocks off that ring as soon as it gets close. Tailspin doing its very best to get under. And that is a tap out from the Apache side and a victory for Tailspin. Can we get a round of applause for a well-done match for Tailspin? It seemed like, maybe audio back. It seems like, no, both that.
Oh, is it the wire? Yeah.
We're live. We could be. It should be gyro disco. It looked like Apache might have had some movement issues during that one. He was having a hard time getting spun up. He was having a hard time translating around the robot. So we'll have to see what's going on with that. Hey, Titus. 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 Back up an interview. Back up an interview. All right, I'm here with Titus, the driver of Apache. Titus, it seemed like you guys were might have been having some ability issues. Do you know what's going on with that?
No, I think this is the PLA right there, so it's
For those watching, what is PLA? What is this made out of?
just a plastic you use E3
Do you have any plans to repair it? You guys think you can get it active again?
probably
I'd say that as well. In future, what improvements are you looking for? Just off the top of your head.
probably just make the wheels more stable and then maybe gain a bit more
Put a patch.
All right, well, we're looking forward to seeing that in the next competition. Solid attempt. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. And now I'm here with Caleb, the driver of Tailspin for this match. Caleb, that was very well done. What was the strategy behind this one?
Just like that.
That's it? All right. Well, sometimes you got to back up disengage and spin up the weapon, right? How do you decide when you need to take a step back, spin up the weapon, go for the end?
after every hit, I figure just back up, spin it up as fast as I can, get the most damage.
What were you thinking at the beginning of that match? It seemed like they were off to a slow start. What was going through your mind about that?
I thought, easy win.
Wow. All right. Extreme confidence. We'll see if they can keep it up in the next round of consolation draft.
Alright, next should be Gyro Disco.
All right. Our next match on the bracket is Gyro, that vertical spinner we saw earlier, which is currently, I believe, going through some repairs, versus Disco, driven by Isaiah. So we are going to wait to see if Gyro is ready to roll, but if it is, it's time for Gyro to run into back. All right. Yeah, do I have you? Oh, you might have to switch over.
Yeah. You're good.
Let me know.
You're good.
All right, the next match, as promised, Gyro versus Disco. It is time for Isaiah to show us his stuff. Per his brother EJ, he's a big video game player. Does a lot of stuff to control it. So you would think there'd be some skill translation. So we'll see how that goes. All right, well, we get box loaded up. Isaiah, how are we feeling?
Good.
All right, well, we're excited about the enthusiasm.
The last time that we saw Disco was being manned by EJ. Had an evasive round against Whiteout, but also got some attacks in as Whiteout struggled to get anything going. So now we'll see Isaiah facing off against Gyro. Gyro's last matchup against Air Jail. Air Jail 2-0 so far. And we'll see that one once again in a match with Forklift recertified. A battle of two beasts coming up, but first it's Gyro and Disco. Gyro, of course, taking that loss to Air Jail as it flips all of its opponents up in the air, but we are ready to go here. Gyro, led by Kyle Mayfield, 3-pound vertical spinner. We are ready to go. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. So space is going to be the name of the game for Disco. Trying to keep distance in between itself and Gyro.
Gyro, of course, going to try to use that vertical spinner to try to not only damage Disco, but get it trapped somewhere. Slow start for both of these bots, sizing each other up. Disco wanting no piece of Gyro so far. Now making a move. Disco, again, the heavy underdog, but already has one victory under its belt, as it is able to evade Gyro once again. One minute gone, 2 still to go. Disco's showing us all sorts of cool maneuvers. It seems like Gyro is getting that bot where it wants it. Forgive me, I won't whistle anymore.
1 minute remaining.
1 minute to go. Not a whole lot of damage done between these two. Disco, once again.
It appears Disco's main attack is a series of backflips.
Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, these matches come down to control, aggression, and damage. Not a whole lot of control and not a whole lot of damage. An argument could be made that Disco is once again winning in aggression. Could improve to 2-1. No one expected that here today. 15 to go. This will be a tough one to score. Gyro comfy with its spot over there on the side. This is going to be an interesting decision.
We get a round of applause for Gyro Disco. Wow. What a really for Disco at the end there. And an incredibly well-driven match from Isaiah. His brother was not lying. This kid has a future in combat robotics. I would never.
I think Disco.
All right, we have a judge's decision. Can I get a drum roll, please?
Unanimous decision for Disco.
After some incredible work from Isaiah, Disco moved on to the next round after Gyro had some weapon issues and was unable to force some aggression points. This may be the best $20 this club ever spent.
Now, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here, but depending on how the match goes between Wabash and Prometheus, we could see Disco up against the flamethrower. There is a legitimate chance. And I personally, I don't know if we can pull any strings here, but I want to see that one. Regardless, next up, it should be looking at Air Jail versus Forklift Recertified. We're back into the winner's bracket here, round 3. Of course, Air Jail 2-0 with wins over Tailspin and Gyro. Forklift Recertified, just the one win, and it's one match so far versus Whiteout.
Forklift Certified got an early pin into unstick, showing good control, but Airjail is looking for that one flip that could change it all. Another pin from Forklift Certified. You can hear our judge counting that down. 2, 1. At the end of that pin, they have to release. Oh, it looks like one of those left side printed forks on Forklift Certified is jammed into the skirts. Alright, and the other team, Forklift Recertified, has called for its unstick, but after basically the exact same problem. Its fork is stuck underneath the skirt of the edge of the arena.
So both bots trading pins. Believe it or not, the larger of the two, Forklift Recertified, coming in at 2 pounds 15 ounces versus the smaller one. Airjail right at 3.1 pounds, so just a little bit heavier.
Alright,
That little guy.
back on. Worth noting, after those 2 unsticks, if either robot becomes immobile for any reason, the match will be over by knockout. They get no more unsticks. So both bots have to be extremely careful to stay mobile and not get stuck on the edge of the arena like that. Oh, and a bit of a taste of its own medicine from Airjail, being held in the air by Forklift Certified.
A nice release there too from Forklift Recertified within the 10-second window.
Another pin from Forklift Recertified showing great control in that corner. Oh, the big flip. Judges have called 1 minute left in the match. This is a good one for 2 well-designed control bots. Very well driven as well. Another pin from Forklift Recertified. Less than 30 seconds remaining in the match. Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the match. We're going to round of applause for the Recertified. Very well driven match between both sides. Alright, and now we will wait the judge's decision for a match between 2 very well-driven control bots. A great matchup to start the winners round 3.
Now, one of the closest matches that we've seen here so far today, Airjail, which was doing such a good job earlier today, using its flipping measures on the offensive, found itself in more of a defensive position, trying to use that flip that we had seen send bots like Gyro and Tailspin high flying into the air. Forklift Recertified was able to do a nice job staying grounded, keeping Airjail trapped up in the air instead of getting underneath and flipping Forklift Recertified.
Next matchup in the winner's bracket, round 3, we're looking at Wabash versus Prometheus. This will be some of the first real fighting that we've seen so far today from Wabash. No disrespect to Disco, although EJ and Isaiah over here 2-0 using Disco. But that first round from Wabash, a pretty easy victory, and then in the second round was supposed to face Apache, which had an unfortunate forfeit. So Wabash now against a tough, fiery Prometheus for its first real contest of the day.
Can we put their walk-up song?
No, that's fine.
Start a new song. If
different.
All right. All right, this has been the longest judges' decision we've had so far. In fact, I believe they are still deliberating, but should hopefully be done soon. Matches against control bots like that, 2 control bots, a lot has to go into it because neither bot does a ton of damage, but you then have to factor in aggression and control. So you got to take into account everything that happened during that match and try to balance the scales.
All right, we do have the results from that last contest. The closest one so far, Air Jail versus Forklift Recertified, by a judge's score of 10-7. It is in favor of Air Jail, 3-0. Air Jail moves on to the semifinal round, and it will face the winner of this next round. We've got Wabash taking on Prometheus. Once again, Wabash, the only action we've seen was against Disco in that first round, and Prometheus only 1 round as well. That fiery display causing the tap out from Binary. So both of these bots now in their second match of the day.
Can you switch? We switched them. Yeah, sorry.
Can you switch again?
Yeah. For your, yeah.
All right, after an exhilarating first match of round 3 of the winner's bracket, we move on to the second match of round 3 of the winner's bracket. This is Wabash versus Prometheus. If you remember Prometheus, it is the flame boss. Let's see if we can get it flamed on a little bit earlier. That's going up against Wabash, that front-end flipper, which, worth noting, is mostly 3D printed. So we'll see how it stands up against the fiery inferno of Prometheus.
Yeah, but you just turn it back on. It's not moving.
Yeah, we'll just start here.
Will start in 3, 2, 1. Fire robot, fight!
And you can see that taser firing on the front of Prometheus, but it doesn't seem to be lighting that butane just yet, so we'll give it a moment. This looks like a pin from Wabash up against the wall there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, some excellent control from Wabash there, getting an easy pin right to start the gate. Oh, and there's that fire from Prometheus, directed currently straight into the side of the cage. That seems like the way to fight Prometheus, stick that flamethrower into the wall and hold him there. Wabash is doing his very best to stay out of that fire and stay out of that damage, but oh, another good pin from Wabash up against the wall, pointing that flamethrower into the side.
4, 3, 2, 1, release.
Some good driving from Wabash, but it will only take a moment for Prometheus to turn Wabash into a much, much meltier robot. And that is not a position that Wabash wants to be in for very long. In the corner, they were getting torched.
Dude, that thing's just going.
It just keeps going. It never stops.
Oh my gosh.
Wabash doing his very best to kind of jump in, get a poke, try to push that flamethrower to the side so he can get a pin. But Prometheus staying close to the middle. Oh, and there's a pin up against the wall. Very well done from Wabash. Prometheus having a little bit of trouble getting that flamethrower oriented correctly. They got that few moments of torching on Wabash there for a moment. But it's going to take a little bit more than that to disable this cloud.
Wabash doing a nice job staying nimble, finding the pockets of space where it's out of that flame, getting in to the sides and around the back of Prometheus. Really only attack from the front, a couple good pins from the smaller, flatter bot so far.
And I'm a good 10 to 12 feet away from this cage, and I can actually feel some of the heat coming off of it from this Prometheus bot.
Another pin here in the corner from Wabash. That flame just flickering softly into the corner of the wall. 10 seconds to go here between these two.
Wabash getting one extra pin in for good measure at the very end of the match. And that is the match. This one will go to the judges.
No, it's you two. And it's Disco Prometheus.
Is it actually?
It is.
And that lines up possibly the match of the tournament. Disco versus Prometheus will be coming up shortly, assuming the outcome of this one after a relatively strong control performance from Wabash. We're still waiting on that judge's decision, but it feels, if not like a foregone conclusion, then very close to one. The judge's decision is in. It goes to Wabash. We get a round of applause for Wabash. And like I said, that sets up Disco versus Prometheus. So, I mean, in lieu of the next match starting, as we get that set up, do we have any volunteers to drive Disco, or are we bringing back one of the famed brothers of Disco driving?
Bring the famed brothers.
I believe it might be time to bring back the famed brothers. Isaiah, EJ, which one of you would like to face off against the flamethrower? EJ is volunteered. All right.
I think it's Wabash Kingdom. There's one bike.
Well, it might be a moment, EJ, but you will have your time to shine again. Okay. Looks like Prometheus is going to have to replace the butane can, probably after going through an entire camping can of butane. If anyone needs to grill a steak later, I know a guy. But hopefully Disco can repeat performance against Prometheus.
Very nice. Very nice.
And as the Wabash cannonball fades into the distance, I'm here with the driver and the creator of Wabash, Jack Dilly. Jack, that was a very well-driven match. It's a very dangerous robot. How are you feeling going into that? And how are we feeling now?
Well, my hand's pretty warm. If I touch this aluminum, I'm probably going to get burned. My weapon arm melted almost completely. I'm sure that some of the electronics are looking a little rough in there. They may be melted together, but it's functional. It was a little sketchy. It was questionable at best, but functional robot.
Well, a very well-driven match, despite the damage. Congrats on the win, and we'll be excited to see you in the next round. Thanks, Jack.
first of all, congrats to K-State basketball team for beating KU. Go Cats. And second of all, we got the next matchup ready. This is forklift recertified versus tailspin losers bracket. If either of these bots lose here, that is it for them.
Drivers, are you ready? All right, judges ready. All right, this match will start in 3, 2, 1, fire robot.
And match begins. Tailspin spun up right off the bat, and yep, that's about what we expected from that front slate on forklift certified. We call those ablative. They're meant to fall off after roughly one hit. And now has to fight the rest of the match without the front armor. Oh, and there goes the weapon on tailspin. Once again, we saw that in the first match. We weren't expecting to see it here. It also lost, it would appear, a wheel from forklift certified. That's down to one wheel. All right, we are calling an unstick for. Okay, both teams are using their unstick for this one, seeing as they're kind of tangled together in the corner there. We're going to get them separated and keep it going. You can see that right side wheel from forklift recertified sitting on the floor of the arena behind it. That's not exactly what you want to see in a match, but this is good damage for both teams.
This match will start in 3, 2, 1, go.
And the match has recommenced. We're still seeing motion from both robots. Forklift certified has to do their best to do anything here with only one drive side and an early pin from tailspin. Tailspin does have both drive sides acting.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, release. Smoke.
Oh, we're hearing calls of smoke from inside the battle box. The referee has called an entanglement, so that is when neither bot is necessarily pinning the other. It doesn't really count as an unstick, but both bots have become intertwined. They need to be separated. And that is the one unentanglement for the match. If that happens again, it will end the match and it will go straight to the judges.
All right, this match will start again in 3, 2, 1, go.
No. Oh.
Just kind of and a pin from forklift recertified with only one drive side.
Ties right. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, release.
Forklift recertified having a rough time getting repositioned with only one wheel. But it is able to get another pin in that corner.
8, 7, 6, 5, 30 seconds remaining.
Wow.
This match will be over in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Match is over.
All right, that is the match. Give a round of applause for high damage match that went with Gilson. That was a ton of damage on both sides. It's going to be a tough decision. right, the judges are going to check to see which systems on both robots are functional. So they're going to check weapon system and drive on both robots to determine how much damage was done on each side, and that helps them score the match.
Yeah, forklift recertified, of course, taking most of the damage there, losing a wheel and that front plate early, but able to use that clockwise maneuver, the only one that it had, to get a few pins against Tailspin, and Tailspin, of course, losing its front weapon early, so its only ability there to try to trap and pin forklift recertified as well. This could be a close, could be a tight decision here.
Both teams are picking debris of their own robot out of the battle box. So hopefully try for next round. We're going to need all those pieces.
I had debris stuck.
And whoever the winner of this one ends up being has a tough challenge in front of them, facing the winner of our next match, Prometheus versus Disco. My bad.
I turned it on, so.
All right, the next match on the brackets is a pretty fun one. We have EJ and Disco versus Prometheus the Firebot. EJ, you ready to go? The lights are never too bright for EJ. This kid got it.
Some unbiased commentary here, but I've got high hopes for Disco, I'll say that.
I'll see myself out.
What match?
I think this is the 12th.
It's match 14.
But I think it's the 12th. We've posted
Yes,
on the
yes.
All right, both bots have been loaded in.
Oh, wait. Riley.
I think they're getting
The one that just
air
happened?
scrubber set up, make sure that we're safe in the
Was
battle
12.
box.
This is
Disco's
13.
big moment.
Who won, do we know yet?
That's a good question. We're actually going to go. We're going to hold off on starting this match until we get the judge's decision from the last one. That was forklift recertified versus Tailspin. Judges are still deliberating because there was a lot that went on during that match. It's All right, and the judge's decision is in for forklift recertified versus tailspin. We have a split decision from the judges in favor of tailspin. So tailspin will move on through the bracket. Forklift recertified is eliminated, but a great match nonetheless. And now we're going to get set up for got their switch situation sorted out for that taser muzzle for their off, which means we are ready to get underway with Disco versus Prometheus. EJ making his return to BatLA with Disco against one of the best in the flamethrower bot business, Nick Hare.
Disco, the Cinderella of this tournament so far.
The match begins.
Oh boy.
Oh, we may have to postpone it in just a second. I think Disco may have auto-timed out because we left it on too long. Prometheus strongly considering a cheap shot there while Disco is a no lies. And we're back. Big thank you to Will, saving the day.
It's gonna look so fun.
And we're back. Disco going for an early touch here, going for aggression. Prometheus clearly having some issues.
Yeah, Disco.
Now we're going, but it's facing the wrong way. If Disco can stay out of that flame, they can get some aggression points. Prometheus is definitely burning itself more than anything else at the moment, so we'll see how long this is sustainable.
That is so wild. I gotta.
Looks like Prometheus might be temporarily immobilized.
There's no way.
Disco going for some aggressive taps on the side of the robot. See if we can get some damage and some aggression points. Prometheus is not going out. That bot is on fire.
There's no way.
Prometheus may have succumbed to its own flame. And that is the match.
Wow!
Disco moves on.
Wow!
after Prometheus essentially turns itself into a house fire. An unbelievable showing. EJ is 2-0 on robot competition so far. What? Let's grab it. Grab the sand bucket. We're For those of you who can't see, the bottom of Prometheus is 3D printed, and it is currently melted to the floor. So it's like when you pick up a piece of pizza and like cheese strings stay on. That's what it looks like right now. So we are going to safely dispose of Prometheus the best we can, but I'm not sure that bot's going to be fighting anymore today after turning itself on fire. Yeah.
Luke, did we make the cut in New York?
Isaiah, or EJ, can I just come over here?
Your voice is so soon.
Alright. EJ, come on, step over here, man. Have a seat. So, can you hold up Disco for the camera for me? Nice. Alright. How are we feeling after your second big win of the day?
Pretty good. I was not expecting us to win that because I was expecting us to like melt or like not be very functional after that one. But that was actually quite surprising that we could win because like that's quite similar to when we went against Whiteout with them like stalling and stop working, which was something I was not expecting.
Well, one thing we talk about a lot in robot combat is consistency. If you can stay consistent the entire time, you're going to win. And this bot seems to just stay alive. And you're doing an excellent job of keeping it out of danger and still getting aggression points. So you're doing a very good job. We're excited to see you in the next round. You are moving on to fight Tailspin, which is the president of our organization and his bot. So we're excited to see you up against that. Good luck. Thank you. Go see if you can help Jack. Go see where Jack's at. I think they're the lab. Because you guys are going up against Jack.
Next?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's,
okay.
It's you guys. Right, give us a second. You got it.
All right, well, time to see here if the Cinderella run can continue for Disco. Losing its first match against Wabash, but in the consolation bracket has gone 3-0, taking down Whiteout, Gyro, and Prometheus. I don't know if taking down is the right term, maybe just outlasting, outliving, outperforming those three bots, but now it's arguably its toughest challenge yet. Tailspin is up, the president of robotics here at K-State, Ty Matthews, taking on Disco. Let's see what Tailspin's got. In its last few matches, Tailspin has lost that front weapon early. In that last match against Forklift Recertified, it came down to a split decision vote, so it has not been an easy path here for Tailspin. Got to be confident going into this match. But we've seen a 16 seed take down a 1 before.
This is West Virginia, and who did it? It's like 3 years back.
Yeah, or
March
the,
Madness.
yeah.
I don't remember.
It was in 22.
Yeah.
I remember because I was on a trip for my senior year.
Right, you got it.
Alright, this match will start.
3, 2, 1.
Disco going for a straight approach here. Some immediate hit from Tailspin. I'm seeing some tread coming off of Disco, but it is still rolling. Oh, that looks like a wheel gone.
Not backing down, but losing a wheel.
Thankfully, it's got 3 more. Oh, and another big hit from Tailspin. But Disco will not go down. Disco is still moving. This match is not over until Disco stops moving. Tailspin, for lack of a better word, bullying Disco in this corner here. We heard Jack Lilly say earlier something about punching down and fighting Disco. Feels pretty similar.
Lou, did I see roughing the passer there on Tailspin?
Yeah, I think that's a penalty.
Is that
That's got to be a penalty.
unnecessary roughness?
Yeah, something like that.
15 yards. Oh, boy.
And that's the match. Can we get a round of applause for Disco and Tailspin? I'm uncertain how that robot is still moving, but it is.
Well, this one's going to come down to the judges, and it is going to be close. I don't know which direction this one's going to go.
Oh, okay. Our refs are telling us that is a win by knockout for Tailspin, thus ending the beautiful Cinderella run of Disco, driven by EJ and his brother Isaiah there for a moment.
Hey, clap it up for Disco. Let's
An
hear it.
incredible run.
What a run. At $20, getting its absolute full worth out of that battle.
Possibly the best $20 we've ever seen.
So Tailspin advances then to the final round of the consolation bracket. We've still got the second to last round of the winner's bracket. It'll be Air Jail taking on Wabash.
You should have traded. right, so while we're waiting on our next match, which is going to be Air Jail versus Wabash, and that is the winners semifinals, we are going to see if we can get the grudge match going. So grudge matches are for robots that have been eliminated, but are still functional, so we can get the most use out of them we possibly can. So we're waiting to see if some of those bots are ready to roll, and hopefully we can get a grudge match started here pretty soon. Looks like we can get a grudge match going here. So we have Gyro, driven by Kyle of Brooks versus Wideouts, driven by Shane McIntyre. Both of these robots have been eliminated, but they would like a chance to kind of rip each other up a little bit. So we're going to give them that chance, and we'll see what they can do.
We're doing a test launch next week for our Tuesday. I know Brian told me that he was coming up next week. I'm like, I'm going Trade should do what about vlogs? Yep. I'll try to convince him to come up for open house. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, but in general, it's going really well. I know. Here, I have some pictures.
Are you ready? This grudge match will start in 3, 2, 1. Pyro robots fight.
All right, begin the grudge match. Wideout trying to get spun out. Looks like Gyro's already rolling in the weapon door. And there goes Wideout. Ooh, good hit. Looks like that initial hit might have taken out one of the drive sides on Gyro. I'm not sure.
That's what we're doing this year. So it's a full.
All right, we have a tap out from Wideout after one huge hit on Gyro.
Except the last
that
one
was
went
the
to
end for
16,000
Wideout.
feet. Guess how high this one's going? 36.
What's they cap out at 50? Is that
Okay, waiver goes to 50, but the competition is capped at 40. Just so that some of those actually break this limit.
Yeah, sorry, doing our best.
Good luck.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are nearing the finish here of the Battle of the Little Apple, heading into looking like round number, technically this will be battle number 15. It'll be round 16 as there was the lone forfeit earlier. But before, let me getting ahead of myself. My name is Alex Pauly.
I'm Luke Ragland.
We are, real quick, just going to put the graphic back up on the screen and go through kind of a match by match, So some technical difficulties. We unfortunately did realize that when the graphic is displayed, the mic audio is no longer there. That is fixed now. We will come back after this next round with another recap. It was, listen, just while you were watching that graphic, just imagine the smooth, silky voices discussing each round in depth. I mean, just use your best imagination, and it was fantastic. And I will leave it at that.
Yeah. No, I think we're doing a great job, but great practice run. Not unlike some of the ones we've seen here. So even
Indeed.
commentators need their practice, and hopefully we'll be back for a round 2 now that we've kind of know what they're doing.
Yeah, and now
But-
I've got all the matches cemented in my brain now. I mean, I can see them
That's
on
true.
repeat, so we'll be able to get through and give another sort of analysis of the tournament so far. But here in just hopefully a few minutes, we have Air Jail and Wabash facing off in the semifinal round. The winner goes on to face the final winner of the losers bracket, which again is Tailspin, and then obviously chance for redemption. Whoever loses between Air Jail and Wabash. So we will have all that action for you in a few minutes.
Yeah, and hopefully that's coming up soon. We were told 2 minutes, but that was about a minute and 15 seconds ago. So
And counting, yes.
Yeah, that's right. And that's about standard for robotics competition. It takes time to repair bots in between matches. That's kind of the main challenge with running events like this. So as soon as they're ready to roll, we'll be back with you. Stay tuned. All right, it looks like we have our next winner's bracket match coming up. We got Air Jail versus Wabash. Wabash finally done with repairs.
And match start. Right off the bat, Airgill goes right in for the hit. He's choosing not to flip, so it could be that flip is disabled, but he's getting clean pins right off the bat. Wabash doing his best to get around to the side of Airgill. It looks like, oh, Airgill goes for a flip. Doesn't seem super successful. Wabash is just holding that front plate up as a barricade, it seems, to keep Airgill at bay. It just needs to avoid getting flips, get some pins in on Airgill. All right, Airgill gets a pin. It's worth noting that in an open arena, Wabash has a slight advantage as it has 4 drive movers to Airgill's 2. Oh, and Wabash is flipped upside down in the corner of the cage, the part that is just barely not visible on camera because of force. And it looks like Wabash is called for its first and only unstick of the match. If Airgill manages to immobilize Wabash once again, it will be the end of the match. Back. Immediate engagement from both robots during the face. Airgill goes for a flip, doesn't quite get a bite, but ends up pinning again in this corner. There seems to be speculation that the battery on Wabash is dead, and Wabash taps out. That is a victory for Airgill. Airgill will move to the winner's bracket finals, while Wabash drops to face Tailspin, excuse me. All right, and the next match on the bracket is
Wabash because it has to drop to that loser bracket. So it's going to go throw a new battery in and make sure everything's running okay. And then it's up to fight Tailspin, which has made its way all the way up the lower side of the bracket after that initial loss to Air Jail and is now looking to enter the grand finals. lose, correct? The winner of this match will go on to fight Air Jail in the grand finals round 1. Reminder that Air Jail has yet to lose, and thus would need to lose twice in order to be out of the bracket. But this match determines who goes on to take on Air Jail. Tailspin off to a good start. Oh, immediate hit. Something came off. We're not totally sure what. Wabash very wisely keeping that front wedge oriented towards the spinner, trying to minimize the damage.
Yeah, Tailspin in every match that it's had so far, as long as it can keep that weapon intact, it's got a pretty good chance of coming out on top.
It seems to kind of just be picking up Wabash right now. It seems like pushing into the corner, and that's a tap out from Wabash. So Tailspin is the winner of this one.
Well, some poetry then here today as we will wrap up right where we started. Once again, it'll be Tailspin versus Air Jail. That was round 1-1. It will be the finals round as well. So those two clearly proven that they have earned their way here. Again, Tailspin with the 1 loss already. Air Jail, no losses yet. So it'll have to be 2 wins for Tailspin to try to win this competition. Air Jail just needs the 1.
So we'll give Tailspin just a moment to presumably just swap out a battery. It doesn't appear that a lot of damage happened. In fact, we may just be rolling straight into the next match. I'm getting a thumbs up from Ty, so it looks like we're fine on battery. That match was short enough, it doesn't need to be recharged. So we're going to jump right into the finals. The first round, presumably, of the grand finals. Just a reminder, again, Tailspin has to win 2 in a row here to win, whereas Air Jail only needs to win. We are giving our ref team a moment to clean up the cage, make this as fair a fight as possible, and then we'll get going with the finals.
Alright, this fight will start in 3, 2, 1, fire robot fight.
And match start.
Championship round.
Oh, get the white sparks. That's those green bolts at the bottom. Also, it's a huge thing. It doesn't really doing a ton of damage yet to Airgro. Oh, and we lost that little connector between the force on Airgel and then keeping Airgel off the ground just a little bit and then some drag trouble.
And Tailspin calls for an unstick.
as it ended up, it seemed embedded inside the arena.
So there's
All
Tailspin
right,
now getting
Tailspin
unstuck.
off that debris. We get it going again. Air Jail's right wheel is in pretty rough shape, but it still seems to be driving.
A reminder for everybody at home, this is the championship round. Tailspin in the orange, Air Jail, the black rectangle.
Oh, an entire left side drive power and a tap out from Air Jail. Wow. Tailspin is a victor of round one of the finals. Alright, with that, both robots now have one loss, which means it comes down to one final match to decide it all. A lot of damage to Air Jail right now, so it's going to take a moment to repair before we get that final match going. Can you turn up?
As I deem it.
Alright, we're going to run a quick grudge match between Forklift Recertified, back from the dead once again, versus Wildcat. I believe this is now its second grudge match, which doesn't seem to stay dead. It's a very repairable robot, very well built. And since this was actually the first matchup for the two robots in round one of the winner's bracket, so this is a rematch.
Grudge match. This fight will start in 3, 2, 1, fire.
Oh, immediate grab from Forklift Recertified, shutting down Wildcat for winner of spin. Second pitch, Forklift Recertified. Release that one. Throw from wideout and bounces off every corner of the battle box.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Running straight to the Forklift Recertified. And that is a tap tap out from wideout and a victory for 4 certified in this drive match.
It's so wide.
be on.
All right, for the final match of the day, rematch between Airgel and Tailspin. Ending things the way we started them, this was the round 1-1 matchup. That ended in a Tailspin victory Airgel victory after Tailspin's weapon was removed. Tailspin got its redemption in the last match, after a fair bit of damage to Airgel, and now we're going for 3. You can, like, also, like, they're match has begun. The final. Oh! And big hit to start. Tailspin takes a big chunk out of armor on Air Jail. Air Jail's still mobile, still has an active weapon. But it looks like Tailspin's weapon might be down, might be stuck on some debris. It's still mobile, but that weapon seems like it might be wedged on something. Looks like Ty's trying to spin his way off of whatever debris is clogging his weapon at the moment. Meanwhile, Air Jail's trying to waddle its way over with only one drive side to get underneath Tailspin. This, believe it or not, this does count as aggression points for Air Jail, as it is trying its very best to engage. A lot of aggressive wiggling between both robots, both trying to show aggression, show a little bit of control. A decent flip from Air Jail seems to have removed the debris from Tailspin. Oh no. Looks like Air Jail got a little ambitious and is now kind of paying the price. Hit after hit from Tailspin with that freed weapon. Oh, and one of those titanium forks on the bottom of Air Jail seems to have been inverted, so it's now backwards. Kind of causing some drive problems there for them. But they're just kind of sitting there and taking it. Air Jail just Saquon Barkley Tailspin did a reverse hurdle over as he was going in for an attack. And I'm not seeing any motion from Air Jail. This might be it. And a tap out from Air Jail, which makes Tailspin your victor for this year's Battle of the Little Apple. Congratulations, Tailspin.